We are live for day 2.
All right, so for reference, from what I'm seeing, the angle we're at right now, this is the, I think 101 freeway.
Yeah, 101. If it's the freeway, it's 101. 101 is being blocked off. My understanding, talking to someone who lives in the area, well, number one thing should understand is the scale of this is not very large, right? You really have to travel even locally within this area to see what's going on, which is one of my mutuals reported earlier. But basically, what's going on? They were outside of the a building in Almeida.
That's the
And
federal building, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
And they just walked over, I think, a block from the federal center to this highway. So it's not they're not two separate protests. It's the same people. It seems, based on reports that I'm seeing, Hollywood. Down in Hollywood, there's really nothing going on. In fact, the biggest thing going on in Hollywood today was a gay pride parade. There was nothing related to this in Hollywood. There was a minor protest in Pasadena, about 100 people, but they're really struggling to get any sort of mass movement here beyond what we're specifically looking at.
Yeah, I think if we get anything tonight, it's going to be after the sun goes down. So we're
Well,
probably
I
in for a
mean,
long haul tonight.
right now, this is an issue, right? This is a highway.
Yeah.
And they're literally blocking the traffic on this highway. So I think you could, and LAPD seems to be pretty lax here, but what I think you could see here is the National Guard get involved to restore order. Literally restore order, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure those guys are hanging out over at the federal building right now. I don't know what their deal is this evening.
Yeah, as DHS said earlier, order will be restored. So.
Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass claims she sees no evidence of widespread civil unrest in the city. Well, maybe not widespread, but
yeah,
this is civil unrest.
It's funny because there's of course, when the best lies are a grain of truth, right?
Yep.
So the grain of truth there is that it isn't widespread. That is true. It's failed to be widespread, but they are blocking a highway.
Yep.
And I'm not sure whether this is an interstate highway, if it's federal.
Yeah, I mean, regardless, this is a major, artery of traffic. So, California Governor Gavin Newsome requested President Trump withdraw control of the National Guard and hand it back over to the state, and that's not happening.
No,
that's not happening.
That's simply not happening until this calms down. And precedent has been set for that sort of action, and they don't like that it doesn't match 1-to-1 with previous precedent. But I mean, the fact is that when the National Guard was federalized in Alabama, that was because they were violating what the federal government told them to do. And what's happening here is the people, along with certain politicians, are violating what the federal government is telling them to do, or are trying to actively obstruct it, actually. So I don't really I don't really see any difference. I think legally, they have no ground to stand on. Trump has control of these forces for as long as this goes on. If they would like to regain control, they can ask these people to stand down. Apparently, officers are now being pelted trying to clear the freeway with objects, which caused them. I think this was earlier, which caused them to retreat under the overpass, which is why what we're looking at right now is a bunch of officers under the shadow of the overpass. That's why this is the line of contact, because they retreated back there after being assaulted by these protesters.
Let me go back on poll and see if I can find the riot streams. See what other angles we got. I'll tell you, whenever anything goes down, you can always just go on poll to find a live stream of it.
Oh, I don't know. It's sort of degraded over the years. I guess you can still still find some.
Although I will say, on October 7th, 2023, for the span of a few hours, poll was perfect. All the IP traffic out of Israel stopped.
I'm sure it was. I'm sure it was.
Someone needs to get that drum out of her hand.
Man, we got a cornucopia of flags here.
Mostly Mexico. Was that Guatemala?
Yeah, I think I saw Argentina, maybe.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a slow burn tonight. I guess it's 3 p.m. over there right now.
4, I think. 3. Yeah.
It's 4, like quarter after 4.
So we got some developments over in Houston right now, although this is barely anything. Man, this is just the most like female coded garbage. This is weak. Truly. At least in Paris, they burn the city down.
I mean, we've kind of already been through that song and dance, right? I would prefer not to have American cities burning again. But yeah, they clearly don't have the organization or the resources to sustain this indefinitely, just because there's just not that many people there.
Is that a cartel flag right there?
I don't know.
I'm trying to figure out what that imagery is.
It'd be pretty crazy if true. I mean, that should just be a straight arrest.
Oh, in other news, the Israelis are about to raid Greta Thunberg's vessel in the Mediterranean Sea.
Wait, seriously?
Yeah, they're circling it with speedboats right now.
Oh my god.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Yeah, and Russia is about to implement a massive counterattack after the last Ukrainian attack.
It's gonna be a fun night. Maybe when these protests slow down, we'll switch over and watch the Russians bomb Ukraine. Maybe we'll get some helmet cam footage of the Israeli special forces raiding Greta Thunberg's sailboat. That'd be pretty funny.
Trump declares double XP weekend in LA for National Guard Marines.
You'll see Maxine Waters is harassing the National Guard soldiers.
Yeah, I gotta go figure out where she's at right now. I imagine she's over by the federal building.
I think so. I think I saw something originally. Here, I'll put it in her chat that she was that she had the door slammed in her face or something.
Oh no! Slam it harder. Okay, so this was a few hours ago. Yeah.
You got sound on that?
Yeah. Can you hear it all right?
No, I'm not able to hear anything.
Yeah, I have never gotten any audio from your stream. I can check to see if I'm assuming that our audio is going out, but in terms of your live stream, the video being live video being played, I've never gotten any audio from it.
Yeah, we could talk about that later, Joseph. I'm not sure if it is something else or not. I was watching that one live stream on CS. Was it CNBC or whatever it's called? CNBC, yeah. Yeah, that particular stream was pretty rowdy. Like they had drums and a bunch of other stuff, like a bunch of fireworks going off there.
Yeah, I think they just switched over to this angle. They were covering a different spot earlier.
Yeah, that one, I just checked it out on my phone and just a bunch of car horns. You know what's funny is I'm looking at this. In the center of the screen is the very first American flag I've seen this entire time, and it's upside down. I've not seen one American flag. It was one thing I took away from last night's protest, where there was all sorts of other flags except the American flag.
Yep.
They think that's really clever.
Yeah. Like that was an opportunity last night. You get what I'm saying?
A war crime is happening right now. Please sound the alarm.
Whoa. That was definitely audio.
No, that
It came
was
from
not
mine.
the computer. That was
no, it was from mine. I'm sorry.
Okay.
That was actually
Yeah, I'll
an
give
alert
us
from
some
President Trump.
audio commentary here and there. I found that video that you were talking about, Sam.
Oh, nice.
About the Israel. Yeah.
Trying to figure out how to fix that audio or to get it to play.
Yeah, I think it's because I'm running through voice meter, and
No, I mean
I've got
the share
everything.
screen audio.
Oh yeah, no. What Kev is saying is that since he has voice meter, which I've used in the past, he was able to route the audio directly into his microphone input. So.
I got you.
I'll also try to keep that in mind if I start playing videos to mute them ahead of time.
Yeah, good idea.
I'm honestly surprised they haven't burned any U.S. flags yet. Typically, that's a mainstay at these kinds of protests.
Yeah, I mean they have that one. The one's upside down, but I haven't seen any flag burnings yet.
I think maybe they saw some of the coverage from the previous days. They saw how Stephen Miller and whatnot were taking advantage of how there's no. People are obviously not Americans. They're obviously foreigners. And so they're like, oh, we got to clean up our image.
Yeah, I mean, after yesterday, the optics battle's already lost.
What I'm more interested in is not so much the optics battle for the protesters, but the optics battle for the politicians, what Gavin Newsom is going to do.
Well, he's already begging Trump to give him the guard back, which is absolutely not going to happen.
Yeah. I could see if, I think if Trump were to give him the guard, which would never happen, he would probably then be like, okay, well, I'll disperse the protests so I can be presidential. But since that's never going to happen, it's just going to be whether he tries to prevent Trump from doing what's in his presidential power to do.
I don't foresee him having the ability to prevent Trump to do anything. I mean, barring the National Guard, if he tried to interfere with the National Guard, there are active duty Marines. Yeah, I mean, there are active duty Marines ready to go. So I don't think.
Personally,
U.S. Treasury Secretary is threatening to arrest Gavin Newsom on criminal tax evasion charges.
Whoa.
Yeah.
This is coming straight from the Treasury Secretary account.
Awesome.
Oh, it's because he's because Newsom is threatening to block the California tax payments to the federal government, which is insane.
That's basically just secession, is it not?
Yeah, it is.
Newsom would use the guard against ICE. Yeah, that's a great way to start a war. A great way to see how many of the guardsmen actually want to follow that order.
He might try to be like Greg Abbott from last year and be like, oh, well, I need all the blue governors to rally to me, and we're going to resist the orange man. And that would be the thing that results in a 1,000-year MAGA dictatorship, because every Democrat would end up in jail or dead by the end of that.
I just don't see the Democrats going along with that. That's like political suicide. Trump is already genuinely popular. I don't see the other Democratic governors rallying to his cause.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Newsom will actually do anything like that. I think he's going to sit this one out.
Yeah, I'm seeing that riders have now shut down the 101, and now they're throwing projectiles and stuff. Yeah, now they're throwing stuff at the officers.
What do y'all think? Do you think this will kill Newsom's 2028 run?
100%. I don't think there's any way for him to play this that's realistic where he succeeds.
I've been since that news came out earlier this week about the that quote unquote secret group for the civil rights movement, that AA and Orrin were reporting on. There's a bit of me that thinks if he plays this in a particular way, maybe even in the way that he plays it right now, there will be a particular group of people that like if he's kind of like a wet noodle approach, like that he still has a chance. I mean, obviously there's certain fatigue going on within certain circles, but I just don't know. I just don't know like what in Normie land what their thoughts are, but I definitely think that the left doesn't see this issue the way that we do. That's my only thought about that. Like, yeah, personally, I think he's done. However, it would not surprise me. There's still plenty of time.
I think
that's just kind of playing devil's advocate, I guess, if that makes sense.
The question of Newsome 28 is less about how he can appeal to the left and how he can appeal to turbo normies who don't think about things. And I think that those guys run almost completely on aesthetics, and the aesthetics of this are not great for Newsome. And I don't know if he has a play that makes this look good for him.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, he has to just play it down the line, not really go hard in the paint on either side. I mean, because his statements are obviously somewhat leaning towards stopping this, but I saw like one of his tweets earlier today about like, you can protest but don't get violent because that's what they want. And I think that there's a particular subset, the left-leaning middle, that definitely likes that, but I don't know. I think things would really have to get way out of control for it to be, for the left-leaning middle to completely abandon him. Yeah, I mean, they're just worried about other stuff right now. Yeah, I see. I think one of the last comments is kind of like what I'm thinking a little bit. The goldfish memory.
Yeah, it looks like the main body, I guess, is going back up the steps.
It's a huge win for crowd control because it gets them off the highway.
So they started this Friday night? I thought last night was the first night. I just didn't see anything from Friday, I guess.
Yeah, I think it was very minor at that point.
Have we gotten reports from other cities yet, or is this just in LA?
Yeah, it looks like it's centralized around LA, and specifically because of an ICE immigration enforcement action in LA.
Yeah, it was.
Yep, they're pushing them back.
Yeah, they arrested some union lead or something, right?
I don't know about that. I just know they
Yeah, that's
arrested
correct.
a bunch of people
The
for
biggest
deportation.
union leader in California got arrested.
So
And
Trump
I think it was
and
part of the raids that launched this.
Okay.
yeah, I think that's part of what started it.
The
So
farmers
Trump and
union or something?
yes, yeah, it was like the ag pickers or something like that.
Yeah.
So the president and the secretary of state are in a, I guess, a presser a little while ago, and the president is in support of charging Californian officials, including the governor. Mr. Ford, how's it going?
Oh, it's going quite all right. I appreciate you letting me on. It looks like things are getting a little bit smoky, you know?
Yeah, just bear with us. We're trying to fix the audio. I don't know why it's causing such a problem.
That's
it's almost
all right.
better without the audio because you don't have to listen to them chanting.
Yeah, I mean, I can hear the audio on my end, and all it is just incessant fat liberal women screaming and just "Viva la Raza" over and over.
Really?
So
And La Raza means
I'm
the
almost
race,
doing you
right?
a service. Yeah, yeah. La Raza means race in Spanish.
Awesome. I'm so glad that
they
we
can
have
chant it, but if we
these far left ethno nationalists.
Viva la Raza will be the next Groiper motto right next to Christ is King, or Vivo Cristo Rey. Vivo Cristo Rey, Viva la Raza.
Sure. But yeah, no, look, just a bunch of Mexican flags in there. Interesting stuff. Just have it all over. They're trying to like wave tear gas away. That doesn't work, by the way. Look, I might have been tear gassed or sprayed a couple of times. You know, waving it away with the sign doesn't exactly work. You get it wafts away, sure. So the concentration goes away from you, but it's you're still getting
it may not
the
work,
pain
but
of
I
it.
fully support them doing it. In fact, I think every leftist should go up to a tear gas container and wave a flag at it. Those tear gas grenades, they get pretty hot, right? Kind of like a smoke grenade.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think leftists should go up and try to pick them up with their hands in that case.
Let's see here. Are we getting anything new on the timeline?
Yeah, if you guys find any other streams, so let me know and we can throw them up. It looks like they're going to get pushed off the bridge here in the next couple minutes, and then I don't know where the riot's going to go from there. It's definitely going to stay relatively cool until the sun goes down, and then God knows what happens after that.
Yeah, this looks pretty contained at the moment. Is that guy? Oh, it's just I thought I saw a Canadian flag for a moment.
Send them back too.
The best sight I ever saw in DC was the Canadian embassy with a giant sign saying, "Welcome President Trump" on the day of the inauguration.
Elon Musk tweeting out that he essentially character assassinated himself.
Yeah, lol, Lamal, buddy. Yeah, you sure did.
Irony man.
An unlawful assembly has been. An unlawful assembly has been declared in Alameda, Los Angeles, San Elizo Street, the 101 freeway, and the 110 freeway. Any person who remains is subject to arrest. That would be why I think you are seeing them getting off the freeway.
So I put in our chat, Joseph, Kamala just issued a statement, and this is the play that they're going with, and it's kind of in the middle of the road, and that's really the only play they have right now. It's very similar to Newsome. The message is going out, like this is your play. Like
this statement is AI generated.
But yeah, But this is the play. This is what they have to do.
Starting the second sentence of your statement with "and."
The M dashes. It's not about public safety. They're about stoking fear. I deserve a better class of communist instigator who will actually at least write his own statements.
I'm sorry to inform you of this, but you don't actually, which is which is one kind of good and two kind of bad, but realistically, like this is what we're up against. Like these morons have all of the political apparatuses aligned to them, and as long as they have alignment towards them, they of course are going to be able to exercise outscaled power compared to us.
God, this statement is painful to read. I'm getting that off the screen.
I bet no one. You're probably the first person to read it. The person who wrote it didn't read it. It's just nonsense. That's the future of politics, everybody. It's going to be AI-generated statements against each other. They're going to have AI-generated debates. No one is actually going to think or vote or watch anything.
Truly, the space for word cells to die in.
This is
at
true.
the same time, if you're actually a good word cell, you'll actually be ahead of the curve, but that's going to be few and far between now. There's definitely going to be a filtering, I suppose.
Yeah, sooner or later, the only way to
some good word cell pieces on the Daniel Green Society Substack. You might know a thing or two about that.
I just found a post where the writers are now picking up smoke bombs from the police and throwing them back. So,
ooh, that's gonna scare them when they got their gas masks on.
Yeah.
But yeah, Stephen Miller says 11 minutes ago, look at all the foreign flags. Los Angeles is occupied territory, which I suppose sort of brings up something along the lines of what the Prudentialist says is that the riots in these areas are emblematic of all things wrong with immigration and the threat to national sovereignty that these people pose. It's functionally lost territory that through demographics that can only be retaken by force, which I'm glad that Miller and our guys are of course on the same wavelength with that sort of thing.
One of the things that I've found kind of remarkable about this new administration is just how in sync people like Vance and Miller. Saw Miller retweeted an anime account the other day where it's like from day one it's felt like our thought process and our way of thinking about things has been turned pretty much directly into federal policy, which is always good to see.
Yeah, it's good to see. It's a little bit concerning from my side because I just had this thought the other day of like, we don't want to be caught on the back foot of not being the vanguard of trying to push these sort of things. If the administration is echoing what we're saying, then we need to be, pushing the envelope a little bit further. Of course, they're always hurting for manpower over there. So, I mean, hey guys, if you're capable and you've got a college degree and you think you might be able to hack it out, they do need loyal people who are actual MAGAs over there, because they'll get rid of people who are not competent, who are either sort of old guard neoconservatives or even gropers from their administration, because they don't know how to button down and they don't know how to lock into the actual administration. They don't know how to behave themselves, sadly enough. So to all the
Groyper thing is such a waste, because I've seen Groypers in action at like some Nick Fuentes' events in real life, and the actual people who will show up to those are not as like disgusting and wastrel as you might expect based on what you see online. So it's a lot of like young patriotic American guys who are just being totally misled into complete irrelevancy and uselessness. It's the most successful psyop of the modern age, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, I'm inclined to agree with you on that. I think it's one of those things of like, guys have their own audiences that they sort of silo into, and we're not looking for like mass appeal. We're looking for high competence. So finding that and being able to pull that away from other groups is particularly a useful endeavor. But you can't exactly be, I don't know what the term is, proselytizing about it. It's not really what we're here for.
You did make a good point, though, about the, I guess you could call the vanguard effect of constantly pushing on the point. Although I wouldn't necessarily be worried about that right now, because even if the administration is doing a lot of things that we like and support, it's still, there's always going to be a next person to deport. Until I'm gone, there's always going to be at least one more person who needs to be deported. So as long as we can push on that front, we'll be good.
Yeah, and I think it's a good angle to particularly hit on, and it's certainly the one that's most popular with like remigration and stuff like that. But the thing is like as this continues onward, and as we're looking to further save and improve our country, they're going to be looking for rhetoric. They're going to be looking for ideas. They're going to be looking for people who are pushing those things in the making things better direction. And we can't rest on our laurels saying that now we're finally getting deportations, hoo-ha. We got to really be pushing for more than just that. We got to be, of course, not trying to, push anything like radical or something like that, but really just sensible, open-eyed policies that will continue to improve our situation. It's kind of a question of the immediate needs versus the future needs. And while our immediate needs are now being sort of implemented, it's a question of like, well, okay, so once they're done with this, what else are they going to be doing? Because if we see, policies that Trump decides to enact that aren't beneficial to Americans, we want to be able to point that out specifically. Like we want to be able to do the whole pushback on the H-1B visas. We want to be able to do the whole things about this is the character of America. These are who our people are. We want to be able to express these things in terms that make sense to any given particular group of people who have their own particular value sets. So
I agree completely.
All right, gentlemen. Well, thank you for having me on. I do need to dip out. I was just popping in to say hello and to watch this guacamole continue.
All right, we'll take it easy.
Yep. Bye.
All right. See you, Mr. Ford.
Have a good night.
Ford.
Got another Palestine flag up there. Get all these people out of my country.
Yeah, I am looking at another stream, and I think you're on the same one. It's just a couple moments behind that they did make some arrests.
I say throw them all in jail and then figure out what the charge is later. Like, hasn't this already been declared an unlawful gathering? Isn't that just cause to just funnel these people?
I think that's the moderate solution, honestly. There's no reason that every single person in here should not be in jail by the end of tonight.
The only thing I would say is like maybe manpower. They probably need a certain amount of guys to kind of hold people off, and then they probably have a certain. I'm not hip and aware to how these procedures go down, but my assumption would be like you have a certain amount that would like they actually could do the arrest, and then you have the other certain amount to actually hold back the crowd. So I'm pretty sure that would be a limiting factor.
Yeah.
Do you know how many boots on the ground they've got now?
I don't know that. To answer Bolero's question real quick, so that is actually a DHS Black Hawk that flew on scene a couple minutes ago. It's been hovering in the area. As far as total boots on ground, I'm not sure. We've got, 2,000 guardsmen. I'm sure the entire LAPD is up and running. The sheriff's department, whatever various federal agencies. I'm sure pretty much all of DHS in the area is on standby. I mean, we saw BORTAC yesterday as well. So it's probably a pretty sizable amount. And I imagine a lot of guys in the surrounding areas are getting spun up, or being on standby and whatnot.
I might be behind the curve on this. I saw that this morning the president of Mexico issued a statement that was against the remittance tax and in favor of these protests, but the actual context provided was limited, and I don't speak Spanish, so I couldn't understand it. Do you guys know anything about that?
Yeah, so I can't stream the audio on here, but she essentially was saying, if necessary, we'll mobilize. Now, I'm not sure what she means by mobilize, because that is a direct threat against the United States. But it seems to me like she's trying to rally Mexicans to riot and rebel within the United States against the remittance tax. And it's just insane to me, utterly insane.
In a previous, and I'm not saying this is what I would like to happen, but in a previous generation, that would be perceived as just cause for war.
Yeah, that is a direct act of war. I mean, we've invaded Mexico for less, twice.
Oh, so much less. And I actually can't believe it, because there's no way that the president of Mexico is stupid enough to think that she could win an actual war with America. You can't win an actual war against your own drug cartels.
Well, I mean, she was put into power by the Sinaloa cartel to begin with. If you follow the lead up to her election, there were over 100 political assassinations of various candidates. Like she was put in place by the Sinaloa cartel and I think the Juarez cartel as well. She's just straight up on their payrolls, and then I mean not to mention Scheinbaum, very Mexican name. So I don't know what the play is with them.
Is it possible that she's just like retarded?
That's what is that, Heinlein's law? Don't attribute to malice what could be attributed to incompetence.
Because I struggle with this. I try to figure out, okay, what are all these people's games? What's Gavin Newsom thinking? What's the president of Mexico thinking? What's Elon Musk thinking? And I have to understand at some point that maybe I'm just smarter than these people, and I'm trying to think what I would do in their situation. But they're not me. They're Scheinbaum.
Y'all are able to see these comments I overlay, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the way forward really is just to start treating these people as enemy, like foreign enemy combatants.
Yeah, I think the one of my mutuals had a good thread last night on the potential use of framing it as under the Insurrection Act, and actually that Article 4, Section 4, is ideal for quelling this, which you file this under invasion or domestic violence, which empowers the president to call federal troops. This was what was invoked during the Civil Rights era and the 92 riots. So I think that that's a more effective way of quelling the situation than using the Insurrection Act.
Yeah.
All right, fellas. Well, I got to drop for a meeting. I might be back on later, but thank you for having me.
Sounds good. We'll be here.
See you later, man. Yeah, I'm thinking it might be a little quiet until the night. Sun starts going down.
Yeah, I guess we'll just have to hang out here and wait. I don't have work tomorrow, so I'm probably going to keep this going longer than I did last night. I have a feeling that we're gonna see something after the sun goes down, but of course, nothing ever happens, so we'll see.
They still got the freeway shut down. I'm pretty sure that's going to be shut down for a bit.
Yeah, it looks like we're in that phase of the riot where they're starting to pick out agitators to arrest. Typically, you'll see this in riot control. They're not going for mass crowd arrests. Typically speaking, they're trying to pick out the agitators from the crowd, single them out, and arrest them. That might be a Luigi hat. What is that haircut?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure that out too. We can call it the Rhonda.
Reminds me of the main bad guy in the Lorax movie.
I'm just scanning the internet right now, and one of the accounts that's been pretty good on this coverage, I think it is X Alerts, EXX. I don't know anything about this account, but they've been pretty good about showing this coverage. It looks like that there's some protests starting to happen in Houston, Texas now, but they're very tame compared to what's going on in LA.
Yeah, I saw that one earlier. It looks to me just like a standard protest in a public space, very controlled.
Yeah.
There's a lot of signs, which generally it kind of gives you the indication that it's more of like a boomer protest than anything.
Yeah, they're not super professional or anything like that. There are a lot of handwritten signs.
Why do these people on screen right now have a sign that is like, F word ice, but it's censored? Is it too offensive to say the actual word at the riot?
They're the resistance.
Well, I mean that's the whole thing with the leftist millennial is to, I don't know, they just see swearing as like being perpetually edgy, but then they see censoring their own swear words as and then blasting that all over as being even more edgy. I don't. That's the first American flag we've seen. That's a standard American flag, by the way.
Yeah, and it makes me wonder if they're an actual counter protest. I haven't seen many of those, but it makes me wonder.
Yeah, but no. To your point, Stephanos, it's I think it's just part of that whole fake edgy culture.
I think you're right. I think it's almost kind of a similar thing to how a lot of even Gen Z people won't say the word kill anymore or murder. They have to say unalive because they've been taught to speak English by TikTok. Not to sound like the biggest boomer on the planet, but I think it's a similar phenomenon.
Yeah, like a softening of the language in some ways.
It's very psychologically odd because it's like they need to be softening their language, I think, because of developmental immaturity. They are operating on a very childish level, and children don't want to do very hard things. But at the same time, they're throwing rocks at police officers and advocating for the extermination of the American people. So it's like this weird cognitive dissonance.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. It's very childlike because kids will throw tantrums and can be somewhat violent until they really understand. Like, yeah, they can be somewhat violent and not understand exactly, like what their actions are, but they still act out. So yeah, I think you've pretty much hit it. Sorry, I got distracted by more footage of the Black Hawk helicopter.
I'm gonna see if I can find another angle. This is getting a little stale. Back to poll.
I think the mayor of Los Angeles is speaking right now. I'm going to. I tried to change my setting, so I hope it doesn't play. But if it does, just yell at me.
Are you able to stream video? Or is that only me as the host? Man, that's a
Were
cool
you able to hear
helicopter.
that?
No, I didn't
Did
hear
you guys
anything.
just hear it? Okay, good.
I'm trying to sift through all this garbage on poll to find a decent thread on the streams.
Yeah, I'm watching Mayor Bass give some remarks right now, and they're definitely going with the "this was provoked" angle.
Yeah, it sounded like she was just saying a whole lot of nothing.
I mean, it's basically true that this was provoked, but who cares? Yeah, it was provoked because we were doing, or I shouldn't say we, the president, the federal government, the United States of America was doing things needful to preserve its own existence. If the enemies of America are provoked by that, let them be provoked and then let them leave in a peaceful and bloodless manner.
Yeah. Kevin, if you're able to share your screen, we'll see if the audio will work on your end.
Yeah. Give me 1 sec. I'm gonna try something as well.
Man, she is unbelievably ugly. I cannot believe we let people like this run American cities.
She is part of the reason my personal account is permabanned. Not gonna go into detail beyond that.
No. Okay.
Yeah, the sound's being weird though. Give me a second.
Action
Can you hear it now?
being done. They're against authority in a lot of ways. Standing outside City Hall is your office. It's not necessarily against you. How do you distance yourself, but also kind of try to keep it peaceful at a time where it's anti-authority?
Well, and let me just tell you that I don't think there's any equivocating on nonviolence. And if you are going to entertain violence, if you are going to try to take over a freeway, then you are going to suffer the consequences of doing that. I don't think that LAPD, the sheriff, and certainly not myself, are not shying away from statements like that.
Do you want to provide some National Guard mission is going to be?
I'm sorry?
Any details about what the National Guard mission is going to be within LA, where they're going to be deployed?
Well, all what I know right now is that the mission of the National Guard is to protect federal property and the federal building, which is why you have only seen them there. You have not seen them out in the community or anything like that. And just in terms of, to wrap up, I just have to say that, again, our city has been through a lot since the beginning of the year. And now thinking that there is a large percentage of our city that is terrified, that is not going to know if they go to sleep tonight and they go to work or they go to school, will that be the last day they do that? Will that be the last day they see their family? We can't have this in our city. Los Angeles is a city of immigrants where 50% of the population is Latino. Percentage of the populations are from Asian countries and from all over the world. And we embrace all Angelenos. It doesn't matter where you came from or when you got here. But the most important thing right now is that our city be peaceful. And so protests and expressing your, fears, your beliefs is appropriate to do, but it is just not appropriate for there to be violence. And I don't want people to fall into the chaos that I believe is being created by the administration completely unnecessarily. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, everybody.
LA Mayor Karen Bass wrapping up a news conference about the ongoing federal immigration enforcement as well as the subsequent protests, calling on the president to rescind.
I like to remark about how
National Guard,
that
it was not about
half or a great amount of the citizens don't know if they're going to be
when that memo was
picked up,
signed
or
by
they're
the
going to see their
president.
family, or they're going to go to sleep, as if she's sort of just acknowledging that as massive portions of the population of LA are illegal and have no right to be in this country, which I believe is probably true.
I think this is from earlier. I think the stream that I was watching is gone. Yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely outdated.
I don't know if they're live right now or not.
I'm installing voice meter right now to try to get that audio fixed when I go back on the stream.
Yeah. I'm gonna see if I can find another source. Oh, we got. I don't know if this is replay or not, but there was some Trump and Rubio.
Oh. Can y'all still hear me?
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah. I don't know what was happening. It looks like got a new angle. This, I think this is a different spot. Those are, I think the guys in multicam are feds, and then the standard uniforms looks like LAPD. It's showing the riot police, correct? Election Wizard just tweeted out Antifa plans to attack the ICE facility in San Francisco tonight. I don't know where they're getting any of that from, but we'll see if that happens.
Yeah, everything's like really quiet right now.
I don't know what's going on. It's the stream itself is silent. I mean, obviously the stream is, but the source that I'm pulling it from right now is silent as well.
Just reading some of the comments.
So SRT, is that what agency is that? I'm trying to make out that insignia. Oh, here's that fat Mexican woman from earlier in the green jumpsuit.
They should put a rubber bullet in her other knee. I think that'd be funny.
Okay, so Slack said that SRT is the local SWAT. I guess that makes sense, yeah.
First I've seen, I got one of the streams I'm looking at, got a couple cops on horseback.
God, look at that hand planet.
Yeah, that was the one I was looking at.
Oh man, the mass cavalry charge against against these people. God, that'd be so cool. You should outfit the cavalry with lances.
Got Trump speaking. It's a short clip if you want me to share it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Please do.
Sick. should be set up.
All right, Kevin, you're up.
All right.
Even if you're not planning to invoke that Insurrection Act, you still plan to send troops?
Well, we're going to have troops everywhere. We're not going to let this happen to our country. We're not going to let our country be torn apart like it was under Biden and his auto pen.
Even if you're not planning to...
I thought he may have had more than that to say, but
succinct.
Yeah. Oh, we got another car on fire. Is this live or clear?
That looks new. Are those Teslas?
I can't get a good look at the front. That's the problem with cars today. They all kind of look the same.
Whoa, get out of there.
Yeah, I'm just reading a post right now, and it looks like that the police have gotten everyone off of the 101 and back onto the streets. And that was about 30 minutes ago. And I'm also seeing a post that now I don't know who you got it from, but saying that Antifa is now planning riots in San Francisco. But I don't know what the source is. I don't know where they're getting that from.
I made it up. Yeah, I'm seeing multiple people report on that today. I mean, who knows if that actually happens or not.
To what extent does Antifa still exist? it seems to be pretty badly beaten compared to how it was in the first administration.
Well, I think they're a pretty substantial force on the West Coast still. That's always been their, I guess, their main base of operations. Not so much California, but into the Pacific Northwest especially. They're still a significant force in Portland and Seattle.
The real Northwestern Front.
Yeah.
Okay. So I see it from Fox News, and the reporting's from Andy No. So I didn't know that, because I had no idea, but Antifa International has reported a anti-ICE protest for today. So that's coming from Andy No and his sources.
Interesting.
And they're supposed to attack the ICE building in San Francisco.
Yeah, once we get a timeline on that or any sort of happenings, I'll try to switch the stream over. Might end up going back and forth tonight.
Yeah. I think that's the, I was like, when I was chatting about that in the group chat, I think, we're honestly, like, we're all kind of waiting for that one thing or that one event. And I mean, it's possible that could be the thing that kind of puts it all over the edge. Or that leads up to that.
Oh, sorry. Say that one more time.
Oh, I was just saying that they could like actually provoke the thing that leads to because I feel like that there's like a significant event that needs to happen for things to really escalate.
Yeah, for sure.
We don't quite have that real event yet because it always feels like there's something like one major thing that puts it all over the edge.
We don't have a George Floyd.
Correct.
Yet.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. That's what I'm waiting for. All right, guys, I'm going to hop off for a little bit. I'll be back here shortly.
Sounds good.
Going in a little bit.
Yeah, it definitely seems like it's going to be a slow start to tonight.
Yeah. I might, what's it called? Leave it a little bit and then pop back in when the sun goes down.
Yeah, we've got several hours of sunlight left in LA, unfortunately.
Well, I just had a little bit of caffeine, so
yeah, I'm in for the long haul.
I can be up. Cathartic event, one of the guys in the chat says, Michael Hale. The rats always come out at night. Very true. And it's not even that the rats aren't out right now. It's that they aren't being so bold. They're afraid to be what they are.
So Eric Doherty just tweeted out 500 active duty Marines prepare to deploy to Los Angeles in coordination with the United States Northern Command.
Do it.
Woo.
Mr. CM, how was your meeting?
Good. Wow. What happened here?
Yeah, we got looks like 4 or 5 different cars on fire. They finally pushed them all off of the freeway, and I believe this angle is just the street above the freeway, so they're just burning cars now. It's still pretty slow, all things considered. I think they're just gonna burn a few more cars until the sun goes down, and then maybe we'll see something bigger from there.
Yeah, I noticed while I was on the meeting, I had an eye on things going on, and an unlawful assembly has now been declared at 101 Freeway, Alameda, Los Angeles Street, Spring Street, Main Street, Alicia Street, Commercial Street, Temple Avenue, First Street, and Arcadia Street. So they have significantly expanded their sphere of for forcing people to disperse.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to dip for a little bit when things start heating up in some hours. I might pop
Sounds
back
good.
in. See you then.
Take it easy. If you ever go on the cesspit called Reddit in the National Guard subreddit, dude, it is just absolutely flooded with all these fair weather lawyers and leftoids just kvetching over and over. Remember the Little Rock Nine. You don't have to follow unlawful orders. Blah blah blah. It's just the funniest drivel. It's just pure drivel. Because they really are powerless. They really think that they are able to, put a feather or put a flower in the barrel of a gun of a guardsman, like in that old Pepsi ad, and then, or and that will make a change. Like that even happens.
Did you see the news that 500 active duty Marines are set to deploy?
Yeah, dude, that's freaking music to my ears.
I don't know whether that means they're actually going to deploy in the zone or whether they're going to be loitering outside, but
you're gonna have an infantry battalion with bayonets affixed coming straight into LA. It's gonna be glorious. They're gonna clear the streets like Napoleon in 1795.
Yeah, if they're actually deploying in theater, that would be that would be a live stream to end all live streams.
Yeah, I have a feeling that the Guard and the Marines, if they show up, are going to be coming out when the sun goes down, because it seems like they're being held in reserve right now. Maybe the police are taking the day shift or something like that, or maybe they're just trying to not show their hand prematurely. But I mean, this is just pretty insane to me. I mean, we got cars burning. And it's just a regular day in LA to a lot of people.
Wow, yeah, that's quite the bloom of smoke.
Yeah, I think those are electric cars, and when you light an electric car on fire, they burn like crazy. They're not going to explode like a gasser will when it hits the hits the fuel tank, but they burn.
Apparently, multiple protesters have been heard chanting Allah Akbar.
Of course. Just adds to the atmosphere. Still trying to figure out what those cars are. They look somewhat like the Google Maps cars. I don't know what that is. It's definitely some sort of, city vehicle, government vehicle of some variety. I mean, that's not a cop car, obviously. Okay, so they're Waymo self-driving cars. Interesting. I can't say I've seen those before. Okay, so on another note, Israeli special forces have raided the Freedom Flotilla, including Greta Thunberg's boat. That's hilarious. Might have to pull that up on screen if I can find a video of it.
I'm just seeing there's definitely footage of it that exists. I'm seeing screenshots of it.
Yeah, I'm finding a bunch of screenshots on Telegram.
I guess there was some sort of live stream.
Yeah, that's what it seems like.
I think I may have found it. Let me drop it in the chat.
Got another foreign flag. Got Mr. Zinrath on now. How's it going?
Good evening. I am doing well. I've got some ibuprofen kicking in because all of these interlopers and apologists are giving me quite the aneurysm today.
Well, ain't that the truth?
So from what I understand, things are kicking off and becoming very spicy these days.
It's kind of a slow burn right now. Right now we're watching the Israeli Special Forces raid Greta Thunberg's boat, but I'll switch it back over to the LA riots in just a second. That is a pretty funny video. Yeah, so they got kicked off the overpass or underpass, I guess, not too long ago, and now looks like they're just burning a bunch of self-driving cars, electric cars, kind of centralizing around this particular area. Oh, excuse me. And we're really just waiting for the sun to go down.
Kind of surprised that they got kicked off the interstate that fast. Usually California likes letting this go on so their news teams can go have a field day.
Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure this time around the feds are calling the shots. And, Stephen Miller and the DHS secretary are not pulling punches this time around.
I can certainly hope so. At the end of the day, California is a big place. It needs to stay moving. And more importantly, this needs to be example number one of how the next few years are going to be going. This is not acceptable anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, we've got the Mexican president out actively calling for supporting these protests. It's just insane.
I saw that. I was very curious on how exactly they were going to try and justify that. Then I realized it's Mexico. I don't really care. You're not coming in. And most importantly, your opinion is irrelevant because you're the reason this happens every single year. It doesn't help that a lot of our own politicians are trying to sympathize with this nonsense as well.
Yeah. It just look how gay and weak these people look in their signs. It's just pathetic. Their silly little Palestine flags and keffiyehs or whatever. Burning freaking self-driving cars that are almost certainly city property.
It drives me wild how this type of problem always seems to bring up the exact same type of person. Though it seems like for the past years, like I believe was being said yesterday, they've managed to gain 50 pounds since the last time they got to have fun.
Yeah, I mean, this is probably the first exercise a lot of these people have had. And since the Floyd riots, they got to get outside, shake it off, and riot, Haven't had a good riot in a few years. So maybe they'll burn off the extra fat today.
That right there, you have everybody bringing in these Mexico flags, these completely non-USA flags. You know me, you've seen me going off on the timeline all day because they've been like, this is kind of the crux point of these riots. Like this is not a US protest. These are not American citizens trying to claim their right to their heritage. These are people that have been invading and have been told that now we're taking away the rules that made it easy for you to do that, and now they're mad and don't understand that the game's over. So they're going to moan and complain and burn whatever they can. Well, I'm sorry, Heritage America is done playing these games. You are going to go away. You are all getting deported, and most importantly, anybody that's supporting you is going to make it very clear that they're becoming an enemy of America.
Precisely.
Apparently Hassan is in the crowd.
Someone needs to call Sam Hyde, the Candyman.
Yeah. Sam should show up to this protest immediately.
Hassan, biker!
I was about to say, I thought I heard him shouting in the distance. I think he's coming down from, you got past Virginia now. He's headed over, guys.
Yeah, we need to put Sam Hyde on a supersonic jet and fly him to California right now.
I'll admit, as much facial masks and balaclavas they're wearing. They must be really well stocked on water. They must be sweating like pigs out there.
Well, it's only like 60-something degrees in LA. Surprisingly, I figured it'd be warmer by this point in the year.
Meanwhile, we get to see Darwin getting his licks in as these guys inch ever closer to an exploding vehicle to get that perfect shot.
Yeah, every little person with a phone or a camera has to be out here recording. That's another thing with these protests you'll see, especially over the last few years, more and more, is everyone wants to be out there with their phone recording. And I guess that's just goes for everything, but it's just pathetic.
Yeah, it really is indictment of the times. Even these people doing what they're doing, they're unable to live in the singular moment that they're in. They have to capture it in order for it to be real. They have to be able to post it on the internet in order for it to seem real.
That's interesting over here. So we have the Palestine flag on top of the Mexico flag. So I guess according to the leftist flag code and the levels of oppression, Palestine stays on top. Another one over there. Palestine flag. Another one right there. Fat Mexican woman.
I'm surprised they're not using themselves as barricades for the vehicles. It'd be a lot more effective than those shopping carts.
Those self-driving cars, I remember like a year or two ago, there was a lot of issues with those, and I just looked up their Waymo is the name of the company, and so supposedly last month they had to recall like 1,200 of those because like they were prone to like crashing and like just driving in circles and stuff. So yeah, I guess apparently like they're everywhere around there. Yeah, it could just also be just a frustration with autonomous vehicles.
Yeah, we'll go with that.
Yeah.
It's a peaceful protest. They're just making their voices heard.
Yeah. Which, I mean, you know, here's the thing. I'll cut them some slack on that because I'm pretty sure if they started driving around here,
naturally.
That's interesting.
All right, money on the table. How long before someone shreds up the American flag?
Yeah, I was talking about that earlier. I'm surprised we haven't seen a flag burning yet.
Well, I mean, today's the first day that I actually saw one. So, yeah, I'm assuming that we'll see that eventually. There's got to be at least one. We just haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, it's bound to happen.
I don't know if y'all talked about this or not. I'm going to share it in our chat, but I just saw that 500 U.S. Marines are ready to deploy to LA.
Yep. Yeah, we were talking about that a couple minutes ago. I don't know exactly what that means, though. You know, if they're on a standby or what. Yeah, so Oren says seize the property of every Mexican national based. I think it might just be time for another, you know, cross-border punitive expedition like it's 1916 again.
What do you actually, so what do you think that would actually cause that? Would it be, yeah, my kid's playing in the background. Them actually trying to deport people and Mexico not accepting them. And then it's just kind of like, well, no, you're going to take these people. And Mexico just refuses. I mean, what do you think that?
You know, I don't know, because one of the, I mean, you could call them campaign promises or what, but the president in the lead up to the election had been talking for a while about sending American special forces to go, you know, knock off the heads of cartels. And if the Mexican government itself is starting to act hostile in their own right, then, I mean, what's to say you can't extend that to them?
I mean, as far as I'm concerned, if we just airdrop them in and give them some parachutes and say good luck wherever you land, what are they going to do? Send them back via airmail?
Yeah, precisely. That is an appropriate response to self-driving cars, I will say.
Yeah, I mean, I can't blame them.
Are they going to burn this one too? Almost certainly.
Yeah, I mean, I've got no understanding for self-driving cars. Like, the tech's not even at a point where you can consider it safe yet, since every now and then their sensors go wild, a bug lands on it, and they decide, oh crap, I gotta speed up. Next thing you know, it's going 100 miles down to 30.
Yeah, this is the funny point. You know, the illegals that they don't want them back in Mexico, so the outbound flights are just sending them wherever. There were quite a few. What were they? They were like Venezuelans and like Indians or something like that, or some sort of Southeast Asians, and they were just dumping them by the plane load in South Sudan. It's like, all right, guys, here you go. You can't stay here, but you got to go somewhere. So here's South Sudan. Have fun.
Listen, we were real nice to you. Here's a sat phone. Maybe you can call the embassies. They can figure it out. Good luck, guys.
And they're lighting another one on fire.
Why not? Why not? Get a set. Burning edition for the whole family.
Yeah, apparently, just as a side note, Google owns that company, the Waymo.
I wonder why there's so many of those cars like on this strip at once. Maybe there's like I don't know, maybe they just park them there or something. I don't know.
I think there's supposed to be like a taxi service or something. I'm unfamiliar exactly. I know about them, but I don't know the details of them.
So estimate on the number of protesters. It's kind of hard to gauge right now. It seems like at least some of them dispersed, but when they were gathered on the freeway earlier, they were packed in pretty good. What do you think? Maybe in the mid thousands is.
Yeah.
Surely not now, but at the peak, maybe 1,000, 2,000. It's really not that many in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah.
Not yet, at least.
I mean, it's one particular demographic too. We're not seeing like what we saw during 2020, at least yet. So, I mean, I think that's part of the reason why it is somewhat down.
Yeah.
Oh, and here we go with the "not my president" rhetoric again. Like, why are we even bothering with this? Like, y'all know this is not going to.
Well, I mean, it's verifiably true. These are illegals. Donald Trump is not their president. They are foreign invaders in our country. So I think we need to deliver upon their wishes by getting them out of our country.
Yeah, clearly they need to go and speak to their president, who got in with a very interesting political career. Absolutely, by all means.
Reminds me, on my way to church this morning, pulling up to one of the streets to turn, there was a handwritten sign, and it said something like, you know in your heart that he is wrong. And I just got a good chuckle because I pretty much assumed what it was saying.
See, we serve a certain group that is not at this riot. Well, I think they learned the last time. I think they learned.
Yeah.
Well, I can dream at least.
I mean, I would have to say, I think they hate him too.
That's a very valid point. We forget that that type of social engagement still happens outside of our own people. So yeah, I can see that being a thing. Like, no, we're gonna watch them burn. This is gonna be great.
Yeah,
well,
because I mean, you think about it
in LA for a long time. The blacks and the Hispanics hate each other, and black and Hispanic gangs will go after each other in LA. They've been having a low intensity race war for decades at this point. I mean, that was even a conflict during the Rodney King riots. During that time frame.
Yeah, I mean, in a lot of ways, they're still in their thunder. If you want to look at it.
Yeah, 100%.
So maybe I'm not familiar with how these riot control movements work, but is the goal typically to try and get them to move out of an area, or are they actively trying to round people up that are causing these problems? What's the strategies here?
Yeah, so typically they're not trying to do mass arrests in the crowd, generally speaking. So what they do is it's a lot of cordoning off, directing the crowd, keeping them away from thoroughfares and whatnot. And then you'll see they'll go in and pick out agitators. And they did this quite a bit earlier when they were on the freeway. But they'll go in and essentially, almost like a miniature surgical strike, they'll go in and pull an agitator out. And they'll do that a few times. I mean, just logistically, they don't have the resources to arrest the whole crowd, generally speaking. But I really don't know what the play is right now. I mean, they're just letting them burn cars.
Maybe they figure as long as they're not escalating to other more expensive targets, they can leave the self-driving failures to burn, take the hit for us. Like zincs on a ship.
Yeah, we got Stephen Hawking here recording. How much do you think he costs the taxpayer every year?
I don't know, but I bet he has a wonderful opinion on wheelchairs in D&D. Was that guy going by in Heelys?
Yeah, it looked like it.
That's rather impressive, I'm not going to lie. That might be the only impressive thing I've seen out of all these video feeds so far.
The Keffia is just such a gay status symbol. If you're a dude and you wear a Keffia to a protest or to anything, you're just turbo homo. Just wear a black bloc mask like a real Antifa instead of that stupid Palestine thing.
I think we might see a little bit more of that because I'm just starting to see a bunch of, I guess, like boomer slop. I don't know, but the Muslim Brotherhood is now joining the riots.
Oh man, those guys are in the U.S. Aren't they considered a terrorist organization? I'm pretty sure they've been a terror organization for like 30, 40 years at this point in the U.S.
Yeah. So like I said, it could be just straight up boomer slop or something. I'm not sure.
So it's right about 5 o'clock, 5:15 over there right now, and of course it's a Sunday, so you wouldn't expect as much traffic. But I'm surprised that the road is as empty as it is right now. The freeway, I mean, because there's a couple other angles showing cars passing through sporadically, but not really seeing any traffic. So I wonder if they just did a lot of traffic rerouting a couple blocks away and just containing the protest here, or what.
Yeah, well, it's a little after 6 now there, but my assumption is traffic rerouting, but with the 101 and a couple of the other freeways being shut down, I'm assuming that's people are just probably avoiding the area completely as well.
Okay, it's a little after 6 there. Maybe I'm just an idiot and can't figure out my time zones.
No, the max in the U.S. or at least on the continent is 3. It's 1, 2, and 3. But I'm not sure like what Alaska and Hawaii is.
Yeah, those aren't real places anyways. Dude, that same fat Mexican woman in the green jumpsuit is still just hobbling around. She's been hobbling around all day.
It's really interesting just taking a good look at this because it's like you have 17 different types of people all showing up and not really knowing why they're here. You got some girls who are out here with their belly shirts on, just trying to find a man. You got people out here that are just assuming they're going to get some food out of this or something. Someone's going to try and show up on TV. There's very few people here that actually care outside of just showing up.
Did you pull up that tweet that I sent, or post? Excuse me. I'm gonna pop it in the chat again. I find this kind of interesting. CJ is even posting about it. Just put it in her chat.
Oh, well, isn't that just something? Churla, have not heard of that. Is that a relatively new group? I don't remember that being around during the Floyd riots.
I don't either, but I can look it up and see what I can find on it. It stands for the Coalition of Humane Immigrant Rights. The services that they provide, according to them, they offer legal services including family unity, U-Visa, removal defense, DACA clinics, and student legal services.
I will say those cars burn pretty good.
They're one of LA's oldest organizations advocating for immigrant rights. Looks like they've been started around 86 with like the creation, but the formation is not accredited until 1993. So they've been around for a bit, but I guess like they weren't a big player, you know, obviously during the Floyd riots.
Yeah, I guess that just leads credence to the theory that these people have, you know, rows and rows of NGOs on deck to just pull up some random NGO for whatever time of the year it is, and boom, now it's the next best thing, and then they get a bunch of negative publicity and forgotten about, so that, you know, next year you can just pull up the next random NGO and just so on and so forth. It's just the way it reads to me. Sounds like an organization the admin needs to shut down. Yeah, absolutely.
No, if that's true, then that more than just that organization needs to get shut down. We need to be looking at everybody who's talking about how this is an injustice that a president is trying to enforce law in this area. Every single one of them in support of these people rioting out here, they want to go back too. They have proven that the people here are the people they're trying to get votes from, so they should go try and run in Mexico when they all get sent back anyways. I don't know why they think they need to be in the American polity if they're going to be representing people that aren't Heritage America. Or even just American citizens at that. I'll even be generous.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. In ninth, that's not even here yet, but one of the things one of the things I see is they received criticism for receiving nearly 34 million in public grants between 22 and 23 and from the federal DHS, but those funds were later rescinded.
Interesting.
They organized a rally condemning ICE raids, which preceded the riots. So, okay. DHS grants around half a $1 million for citizenship education and training was terminated in March of this year.
According to Poll, these are some of the mugshots of some of the guys that they've nabbed from the protests so far. Looks like a Groyper convention to me. Must have been some of the guys off the freeway.
Bro.
You know, these just look like my customer base in Lowe's. I don't even know what that thing is right there.
Good God.
Yeah, like a grown-up version
eyes.
of the kid from Up.
That and that comedian from the early 2000s used to make all the funny noises. I don't remember his name.
I'm gonna
This one looks like a thumb from Spy Kids.
Thinking you mean Gabriel Iglesias?
Could be. I might have to look him up.
Is it really even worth your time at this point? Let's be real.
Oh, it's going to drive me up the wall. You're correct, sir. Yep.
I will curse my incessant millennial knowledge for things that I have absolutely no need to remember.
Oh, well, it's sad because I used to see, like, back when, I was younger and used to watch a lot of TV, his stuff was all over Comedy Central, if I'm not mistaken.
The Israelis got Greta.
Oh boy. Well, if you ever needed, go ahead.
Oh no, you go ahead.
I was gonna say that if you ever needed a distraction from a riot, there's your news item right there.
The Jews got her.
She's gonna mysteriously disappear, and then she's gonna come back with horrible stories no one's gonna believe, isn't she?
It's really funny. I checked out this Freedom Flotilla's Telegram, and so now that they've had cut up communication, they all pre-recorded messages to be released in the event that they were captured, saying they're being held hostage. So basically, they pre-recorded videos with the knowledge that they would most likely be taken captive by the Israeli government because, it's not like the Palestinians have a navy. I just find this insanely comical.
They updated their Wikipedia page. That's amazing.
They misspelled missed. They seem to have misspelled it as missing. You see, she will be missed for a total of 0 days, guys. Is that Mexican Sam Hyde sitting over there in the green shirt?
Spick Hyde. Yeah, it looks like Mexican Trotsky.
Well, I'm not dumb enough to try it, but I'm definitely curious of whether or not those paint masks actually work for the tear gas.
They don't. Trust me, they don't.
That just makes me better.
So here's a statement from the president a couple hours ago.
apparently Gavin Newsome is going to file a lawsuit against Trump and the National Guard. I'm going to watch this video really quick, see if I can get anything out of it.
Oh no. We're going to drag him back to D.C. in chains and charge him with federal crimes.
Yeah. We should also arrest all of the J7 insurrectionists. They should all be arrested and placed in jail.
Yeah.
Apparently, to set those cars on fire, they used the American flags that they had. They set the American flags on fire.
Sounds about right. I was still thinking about that Kamala Harris statement that we pulled up earlier. It's just the most obvious AI written post ever.
Do we happen to know how large we were at about what a square radius that they were working with yesterday?
Say again?
Eric Schmidt, who's a senator for Missouri, has proposed quadrupling the proposed tax on remittance from 3.5% to 15%.
Perfect.
Yeah, I just put that in the chat, Joseph. Yeah, that could be
15. Why not 30? 30. Why
Yeah.
not 60?
All right, come on now, guys. This is how politics works.
Listen, I can be greedy as long as I want, as long as I'm reasonable in reality.
Warren is in concurrence with you. He calls them rookie numbers.
Politics is the art of the possible.
Oh, okay, so it seems like the protesters are calling these Waymos in just to burn them. It's kind of funny. I wonder if Google went in and like shut that, routing option down.
So the Marines have went from being prepared to be preparing to deploy to they're on standby now.
Let's go.
Okay, some good news. Get some order restored in this land. Thank you.
Oh man, that's terrible. I can't even say that on stream.
You can show it though.
Why not? Put it up on screen for like 5 seconds.
Well,
oh yeah.
It seems like being unemployed and being a leech on the system has given them a wonderful imagination. You got to look positive, guys. These guys, when they get sent back, they're going to be great artists one day. They're going to be story writers. They're going to have these great imaginations they've come up with, all these wonderful little stories. They're going to do great back there. They're going to do great.
So great.
Dang, why'd they have to do 4'2" dirty like that? Put them on camera.
Yeah, they got the little airsofter in the middle.
Probably got great leverage though. Very, very good leverage.
Start like into a bring your kid to work day. I don't care for the riot police. I don't know what they're doing, putting these little women in the front lines like this.
Yeah,
he's like one of the guys you put in the very middle of a scrum in rugby to just kick and punch and scratch and bite while all the big guys are pushing.
Take him out by the ankles. Let's go.
The remittance tax not only was it quadrupled, but it now also applies to all non-U.S. nationals, which includes all H-1Bs.
And that's in the bill?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I think he's going to add it tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken.
Now, if he adds that, will it have to get kicked back to the House for another vote?
I don't know what the mechanisms of that are specifically.
Yeah, Halo sniper rifle is reading my mind. Also, dwarf tossing, it works really well. What was it in 3? Toss me.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Palestine over here on the left is so lazy he can't even lift the sign properly. Rather sad. Oh, they heard me. They don't want to embarrass him.
Is that a Spartan mask? On the right there, pink, purple shirt, whatever color that is, gray.
I think that's just a bike helmet. Really weird one.
It's just a straight up mask. To your right.
Underneath the cluster of traffic lights there.
Yeah. Hard to say.
Going back to having those self-driving cars come in just to burn them. Can you imagine being in a world so first world that you can order your anarchy to go for delivery at that?
Okay, so that's state police right there.
Okay, so they're really just doing the job of cordoning off the roadways.
Man, everyone out here just thinks they're a news reporter. That pisses me off to no end.
Yeah, I was just thinking about that. What a strange world we live in, that you can have tragedy, destruction, anarchy happen in the streets, and the first thing that people react to is, I could get so many viral likes off of this. I get so many views, guys. Didn't journalism actually, wasn't it a somewhat honorable position back in the day? Where you actually had to have some kind of a sign to be able to do such things?
There's that infamous quote about who is it that said it? His kid was a journalist to be like the worst thing ever.
Oh yeah, was it? Oh man, it was one of the founders, wasn't it, or something like that? I know what you're talking about vaguely, but journalists have always been the scum of the earth, truly.
Well, it certainly wouldn't take much to convince me of that. After all, you can't hate journalists enough, guys. You really can't. If that just has historical relevance, then, well, I see no reason to disagree.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. A father whose daughter became a prostitute, I would not give up on her. If my son became a journalist, I would consider him lost. Kierkegaard said that.
There's some truly damning words there.
Yeah. And that dude lived in the 1800s, so that's a long time ago.
Yeah, Sherman hated journalists. If I'm not mistaken, several of the Union generals during their advance throughout the South would explicitly ban all journalists from following the army. Now, obviously, that was so that they could, rape and pillage and burn and murder everyone in the South they found. But it's understandable to not want journalists documenting that as you go. Why are they all so ugly?
And we see someone could not resist the basically Bexified Chinese propaganda poster there in the center.
Her disgusting fat face just swallows up the mask. You got these poor, innocent people just trying to get home back here.
Something that I'm just kind of thinking about. Wonder if part of the reason why they hit LA hard was to, if there was a reaction such as this, to get some kind of public support because they knew they would act the fool.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, Mr. Jert, how's it going?
It's going good. Got a milkshake.
Nice. Yeah, so we're just watching the streams. It's looking like the fire department now is starting to show up. Maybe put out some of these burning hulks. Now, actually, I am interested to see if the firefighters try to come out and put these fires out. Are they going to get mobbed? Maybe not. I remember that was a concern towards the beginning of the Floyd riots, I want to say, I think it was I think it was the Minneapolis riots themselves where the firefighters were getting attacked. In addition to the police, but it doesn't seem like the crowd here has the gusto to do that. It's definitely interesting. The fire's moving in without any sort of police cover. Maybe they just think the threat is kind of non-existent at this point in the night or in the day.
I was thinking about that because, last time we saw this, they try and tear the wheels off the fire truck before they even stop rolling. But maybe they're talking with the people that are trying to lead this thing, going, "Hey, we'd really like to put out this fire," and they just said, "Okay, fine." I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Or maybe they just let them burn down so that they can just take care of it after they've quote unquote had their fun.
All right. I shared something in the private chat. Hear me out, guys. Proposed solution. We go back to James Polk's idea of the borders.
Yeah. I'd be down. We just have to make sure we deport every Mexican south of the current border and push them back to here. And we'll kick the ones out of the Yucatan as well. Kick all the Cubans out. Essentially just the Knights of the Golden Circle light in many ways. We just push them all south. We'll just take every Mexican and push them somewhere else.
Like the Gulf of America?
Yeah.
You could push them all in there.
And we'll build a bridge going from the Yucatan Peninsula all the way to New Orleans out of illegals. Yeah, so based on this comment, this reminds me of what we were talking about earlier. Kevin, you were saying there was a group or reporting or something about them attacking an ICE facility in San Francisco tonight, I want to say.
Yeah, it was Andy No. I don't know how exactly he got hold of that information, but it was something from Antifa International said that they were going to attack the ICE building in San Francisco tonight. And their plan is to spread this to other cities. I'm going to see if I can find more info on that.
Isn't it Oakland where the Hispanics have kind of taken over the black demographics there, kind of?
Yeah, I think that was kind of a trend in the last few years.
Yeah, they've always had some really. We were talking about this earlier, but they hate each other, and they've had a lot of different, I guess, turf wars. I'm not hip with the lingo anymore, but I know in the past they've had a lot of issues with each other.
I really don't understand how people can have so much cognitive dissonance. Especially when you look at stuff like this and you look at the Floyd riots and all that. Let's look at, again, the demographics that are rioting. I think it's, a point that's been made over and over again, ad nauseum. But I mean, it's not white people, 70, 60, whatever percent of the population doing that. It is always a minority demographic. And I genuinely don't understand how people cannot literally just look and connect the dots. Especially in this. I mean, literally, again, point made ad nauseum, but people of foreign ethnicities waving foreign flags. I don't know how one couldn't look at that, as an actual American, though they be liberal or whatever, and not see that it's not people that aren't like them,
Well, I mean, it comes down to a lot of the mental conceptions. I mean, I'd consider myself a normie all of 2-3 years ago. You make excuses for these things in your mind. You see a Mexican flag and don't want to assume it's a race thing because you've been told it's not supposed to be a race thing. So you try and fit it within your current narrative. Oh, it must be they're having a pride for themselves or that sort of thing, like their heritage. There's a million different ways you try and convolute this in your head to not just see it as, yeah, they have a race, they like their race, and they like to exemplify their race to everyone else and say that we are the best race. This becomes a problem in a society like ours where you simply aren't allowed to think like that. So this type of problem keeps kicking up, and the boomers are never going to recognize it. We're lucky when the Gen Xers do recognize it. The millennials are waking up. The Zoomers don't care. The Zoomers just don't care. But, we got guys sitting here on this panel here that have a well-invested interest in understanding and knowing the truth on these things. Fortunately for us, we aren't alone.
Absolutely.
I popped the Andy No post in the chat. It's just basically like a flyer.
Yeah, it is like kind of crazy, like how ignorant a lot of people are, like normies are on a lot of the stuff. Just like people I work with, they would like agree on like a ton of different things, that I would have opinions on, but they certain like little things like this, they don't have like any concept or idea. You know what I mean? Kind of what you were saying, Zenrath.
Yeah, there's a lot of people I know that don't even know this is happening. They don't even know this is going on right now.
Do you so presumably based on the time of this, we're about an hour into this event. Do you have any streams or any posts coming out about it? I imagine, based on it being a leftist protest, they're not the most timely people to begin with, but I wonder when that's going to start or pick up or whatever. Probably in the next 2 to 3 hours.
Yeah, I'm looking around. I'm not seeing much right now.
I did see one advertised for tomorrow in Tampa, Florida, for like 3 p.m.
Yeah, that'll materialize. I'm sure.
Especially if you're in the Polk County area in that part of Florida, which isn't too far from Tampa. I can't remember if Tampa's in Polk, because that's where Sheriff Grady Judd is. He's the Polk County Sheriff. The dude was like killing me during the Floyd riots. Like he goes up on to the podium. He's like, "In Florida, I encourage all our citizens to carry a gun, and if somebody comes in your front door, just blow them right back out the front."
That's what we need.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm not sad that a Jaguar got burned down. I hate that company.
Have you seen their latest ad campaign?
Was you talking about the artsy fartsy one they put out a couple months ago? Yeah.
Oh my god, that's so bad.
It's that old trope of like, all right, so what are you trying to sell me?
I accidentally closed out a second ago. My bad.
We're coming up on 7 o'clock Pacific.
About 90 minutes or so of daylight left.
Yeah, I was looking. Sunset there is at around 8 o'clock.
Oh, it's the anniversary of the attack on the USS Liberty today. 58th anniversary. Didn't even think about that.
I guess happy noticing day if you celebrate it.
We mentioned it before, but all the press that the Democrats are doing right now, or they're definitely running with the this was provoked angle.
100%, yeah.
I mean, it's like the only angle they have right now. I mean, like, I guess like this is where our types need to get out in front of that.
I mean, as I said before, involving the Democrats, I'll say it again. Every single person that's acting like there's some justification for these riots are your enemy. They're not here for you. They're here for these people. Send them with them. Let them be leaders in the country they're voting for the hardest.
Yep.
Yeah, things are definitely quiet. Like every stream that I'm taking a look at, it's this pretty much the angle you're looking at right now. Oh, I got something going on. Give me a sec. I think I found a stream of something going on in San Francisco.
Sweet, throw it up.
Yeah. I'm gonna pop it in the chat. I'm not hearing any sound on it, so I'm not sure what's up with that.
So it'll be no change.
Man, I would give anything for him just to turn that fire hose on the protesters.
That would be pretty cool.
I'll take the journalist. Just splash the camera real quick. Just turn around and say, too close, turn around.
That looks like San Francisco, but I can't 100% confirm.
It's definitely something in California.
Yeah, but I do see more whites here in this one than what I've seen in LA, which would lead me to believe that this is more of the Antifa type stuff.
Don't let privilege blur your emotions.
What do you mean? I'm ever privileged to kick you right back to Mexico. Very privileged.
And I feel no emotion about it.
Good to see the kids getting involved with the protest now, as opposed to the boomers, I guess.
Did you see? I guess like some little baby or kid got hit by tear gas, and it's like, okay, cool, but why do you have your kid out at this place?
Yeah. Why would you do that to a child?
Well, I'll be damned. Hold on a second. We'll pull a tweet up on screen and try not to Fedboast too hard.
Fedboast, we'd never.
Apparently, the 500 Marines from the 2nd Battalion are prepared to deploy should they be necessary to augment and support the DoD's protection of federal property and personnel. So, I don't think the Marines will be showing up unless something escalates here.
Yeah, they probably just QRF.
Yep.
27 minutes ago. This is just treason. That's just treason.
Yeah, that was the one of the posts I was referring to. This is definitely the angle they're going with. And I can confirm that video is from San Francisco. I found a post with the same angle going on.
Man, this gets my blood boiling. That is just straight up treason against the United States. I want to see U.S. Marshals bust into that room and arrest everyone in there.
Maybe someone should just release a statement saying that Gavin Newsom will be running for the presidency in Mexico in the upcoming season. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, he can get trebucheted over with them, but he shouldn't be California's governor by any means. He's very clear that he has no intention of helping the American people on this.
Yeah.
It's so slow right now in LA that the Los Angeles NBC, local NBC, is running replays of the Skycam in a car running from the police.
Oh, hell yeah.
I remember being younger, and when CNN and a few of these other news channels started out, they didn't have all these random talk shows. They were just essentially live, and they were just trying to find their ground. We're on for 24 hours a day. What are we going to run? And they would run a lot of those LA chases.
The LA chases have always been really entertaining. The sky cams and whatnot or those helicopters that the news agencies employ, they do pretty good. Were you old enough to watch the OJ chase?
Yeah, I was. Yep. I watched it too.
Nice.
We kept on waiting for him to kill himself. I mean, to be honest, that's the reason why everybody was watching it.
Did he have a gun in the car?
Supposedly, I think. My memory's a little shady on some of that.
Yeah, I can't remember if he did or not. Or if they just said it was Al Cowlings' gun.
Yeah. Yeah, 94. I was 15. And it was June 17th. So, man, I know it was summertime and I stayed up watching it. And if I'm not mistaken, I used to watch a lot of sports back then. Maybe the NBA playoffs or championship was going on and they cut to that.
That would have been the first year the Rockets won. Because that was when
those were some fun teams.
That was when MJ retired, because his dad and everything.
Yeah, those were fun teams.
Dude, 80s and 90s basketball was so much fun to watch.
Oh yeah.
And I still remember listening to my dad tell me about when the year when NC State went to or won the championship in '83.
Yep. Yeah, so the NBA championships were on during that time. Yep, it was the Houston Rockets versus the New York Knicks. Yep, I remember that. Being pretty pissed off about that.
Oh, by the way, minor update. I where most people probably don't care, but I think Elon has recovered from his crash out. He's now tweeting about the riots. So
he crawled out of his K-hole.
Yeah, in a pretty typical way he was doing prior to everything self-destructing.
Yeah, I remember his backtrack after Christmas. He almost did a 180 on his stance, well, publicly at least.
Well, he just tweeted a screenshot of a Trump Truth Social post, so without any commentary.
Am I remembering this wrong, or did he like tweet something out about like American workers or something at his Tesla factory, and like they're all like Asian or Indian? Or is it just like some weird memory I made up?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Oh, I saw a journalist posted on Twitter that they got hit by a pepper ball and they got a nice little whelp on their leg. Poor thing.
Oh no.
I saw that. It's rather embarrassing to be complaining about getting hit by a paintball that at the end of the day wasn't even frozen. I mean, come on.
Oh god, those things hurt so bad when you freeze them.
Blister ball, frozen balls. Let's go. We're gonna make it real today, boys.
Got a quick little statement from Trump. If you want me to share it really quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Myself set up.
Yep.
All right, you ready?
Go ahead.
I gotta unmute. Sorry. All right, here we go.
My fellow Americans, it is with overwhelming enthusiasm that I am declaring that anyone who protests or interferes with ICE and their operations is officially gay, big time. With that being said, go ahead and call your dads, tell them about your alternative lifestyle as a gay communist. And then who knows, maybe eat a lollipop. I don't know what flamers do with their time, but I'd imagine it's something along those lines. Maybe decorate a bathroom, who knows? In either case, this is who you are now, and everybody knows it. Cat's out of the bag. Cat is out of the bag.
Well, you heard the president, gentlemen.
Standing back and standing by, sir.
That was actually written dialogue. I completely could believe that. That was Trump.
I need to work on my Trump impression.
Oh man, I need to get Stefanos back on. His Trump impression is perfect. We'll get him back on soon.
It's amazing they can actually get traction, protesting there with all the fecal matter around San Francisco.
Yeah.
Homeboy there's on some good shit. Orange hat.
Yeah, he took all his drugs early.
I guess they never forget to pregame before their riot party. Then we got Miss Diversity as our strength sign over here with nothing but Mexico and Palestine and not a single U.S. flag in sight.
What's the purple flag? Is that one of the rainbow things?
Oh,
it's got 5 stars.
That's one of their countries. I forget which one. It might be Honduras.
Oh, I thought theirs was blue. Maybe they may have like washed it and bleached. Maybe that's what happened.
I mean, it could be a different country. I don't care to know what half the flags are down there.
Yeah, it's a Honduras flag. probably just the. Oh, they've changed to a darker color. Okay, I remember it being like closer to Carolina blue.
So you're asking what that all red flag in the back is? That's just a standard commie flag. It's just one of their internationale, whatever flags.
So did you guys? Was that actually Elon's son on the stream with Hassan Piker? I didn't look into it. I just like kind of browsed through earlier.
Yeah, as far as I know.
Huh.
What happened?
There was a dance off.
Oh God.
With Hassan Piker and Elon's
trans
son.
child.
Yeah. I'm censoring myself right now.
Yeah, I'm not going to comment on that.
We call them Decepticons.
The LA County supervisor is saying that the federal government must retreat or the crowds will continue.
Someone want to answer Mr. I Am Guardian's question?
Marines. Yeah, I think we determined the Marines were going to be a quick response force and are not actually on the ground yet.
On that, my dad calls them transistors.
I think that's like the most boomer coded trans joke of all time.
Well, so quick story about my dad. He is well known for messing words and people's names up. He calls Keanu Reeves Econo Reeves. So transistors is perfect, and it's very kid friendly as well. So I just kind of roll with it. I'm like, nah, it's fine, Dad. We'll just roll with transistors. I like that a little bit better anyway.
You know, maybe one of you guys that maybe has a little bit more of a strategic mind can tell me what reason would they have the Marines just on standby for this? I mean, we already know that Antifa's put out a call to go cause some trouble with the ICE detention center. They know something's going to happen. Why wouldn't they be moving in now?
Well, I think most of the reasoning is they want to leave most of the actual law enforcement duties to law enforcement for optics reasons. So if they can free up police by allowing the military to guard these federal installations, and that way they can have more, LAPD, SFPD, whatever guys to contain the riot themselves. I think that's what they want to occur. So that way it's police and feds doing the riot control instead of the soldiers themselves and Marines.
Yeah, I also think it's for part escalation. Like if things get really saucy, that's when they come in.
I think I can agree with our local FBI informant here in the chat. It is a very tiresome show to put on for certain.
Yeah, well,
you know, you have to do it. I think that as others said, if this were to escalate, because right now it does appear to be at the very least contained. It's a problem, but it's not a problem that's seemingly getting worse. I think the Marines are for if it got worse.
Yeah, I think I'm inclined to agree with that.
Yeah, one of my mutuals in the group chat just posted a picture. He's in LA and just posted a picture of where he is, and it looks idyllic, quiet, calm. So I mean, this is very focused to a very specific area right now.
Yeah, it's very localized. It's pretty gay. Pretty gay.
LA is huge too. I don't know if any of y'all ever been out there before, but I mean that place. It's one of the largest cities I've ever been to.
Yeah, it's a pain in the ass to get around when there's not protesters with all the traffic.
Yeah.
I remember sitting in traffic there one time, and like honestly, if I had like walked to my destination, I would have gotten there faster.
Yeah, when I visited there, I was just in my car the majority of the time. It was pretty miserable, to be honest.
Houston's pretty miserable to drive through too.
Oh, Houston's terrible.
And Atlanta.
Yeah, you can generally tell how terrible a city is by how many rings of interstates it has.
So Zen Wrath, how's Virginia?
I imagine noisy as most. I try to keep out of DC, so I keep away from the wonderful diversity and inclusion that we so love in this country. But for the most part, you don't really see a lot of this noise come out into the suburbs and the like. We're out here in Northern Virginia.
Yeah.
You get people that get a lot of opinions about all these things, and they love having these wonderful opportunities for growth for immigrants. But at the end of the day, you're going to see a shift in a lot of these things. People's sentiments will change when they see that the world starts getting much better when people are allowed to be their own people. Unless you're talking about the weather, in which case I have no idea. It's very dark out here, sir.
Yeah, I'll be up probably here in a month or two. I got a family member getting some surgery done, so I'm going to come back home.
Understandable. You got to take care of your own people.
I might swing by and see a couple of the Stonewall Society guys.
Hey, fantastic.
Hey, an Asian.
But why is he even here?
He looks Korean too.
If he's Korean and he's here, why isn't he on the rooftop? Someone get this Korean a ladder, quick.
Saw a clip somebody in my group chat had posted that it was some dude, I guess, got hit by some tear gas or something. And they asked him what it tasted like. And he's like, it tastes like fascism.
Complete and utter Reddit brain.
Yeah.
Looks like the LA protest is dispersing.
Yeah, I got the audio on for the San Francisco protest, and it's getting kind of rowdy there, but nothing's really happening.
Are the butterfly wings supposed to represent something, or?
It's just a way of saying they're a bunch of homos.
Ah.
Yeah, just a bunch of protest chants, like "Whose streets are streets" type of nonsense.
I like the flare with that sign. They gave the ice devil horns. It's creative.
She went through all that effort just to not be able to show off the sign when they finally focused on her.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect.
You missed your shot, Toots.
Well, it looks like I'm not sure if this is current or not, but it looks like there is something going on. I'm assuming in LA. Yeah, there you go.
Oh, well. No, I think this is from earlier.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. It's hard to tell with the all the smoke if the sun was setting or not.
Yeah, this is definitely from earlier because the road is, I believe, open now.
Sun, based on that building in the back, is probably just starting to set. Not seeing any big shadows, but you've got that kind of orangish hue coming off of the walls, so we're getting there. Won't be too close,
they're
but
saying
we're
that they're saying the cops are shooting back with rubber bullets right now. So I think this is actually happening right now.
Oh, this is current? Oh, wow, that's all smashed out.
Yeah, the one, the Explorer. Is that an Explorer? Is it the back window missing?
That's a Charger, I want to say?
No, the one above it. The one above it.
Oh, yeah, that's definitely shattered. It's a Tahoe, I think.
Apparently, LAPD is getting hit by fireworks where the people are barricading themselves with chairs and benches from the park.
Oh, is it the barricade that I posted earlier?
Probably.
No, they're still sitting there trying to club them with rocks now.
Yeah, those police vehicles are not in a good spot.
The reason those police vehicles are being shown, I think, is because protesters were throwing rocks, bottles, and e-scooters on the car.
Throwing e-scooters at them.
Yet another reason e-scooters should not exist.
Kevin, can you pull up the Gavin Newsom statement on MSNBC?
I bet.
He's live right now.
Oh, he's on right now?
Yeah.
What you say? NBC? Okay, yeah. Give me a moment.
One of the funniest vandalisms with e-scooters I've seen was the bridge you have to walk across to get to the Tennessee Titans Stadium. Somehow someone had gotten it up, the tension cables that go up really high on the bridge.
Yeah.
Somehow they had hung an e-scooter from that.
Yeah. Yeah, there used to be a competition at my university to put, or my college, I'm not freaking European, at my college to put the Lime scooters in the most insane spots possible. So someone got one on the roof of the 9-story tall library. They were putting them up in trees. Someone threw them down at the railroad tracks below the school. A whole bunch of stuff like that.
Can you fire me a link in the chat?
Yeah, let me see if I can find it.
It looks like Holly was saying that the monarch butterfly represents migration.
Oh, I'm probably going to make y'all all cringe here, but it's going to be said. If they want to float like a butterfly, then we're going to have to sting like a bee and get them out.
It just makes me want to put a bat box up on my farm even more so they eat more of those bugs.
Yeah, Kevin, that link should be good.
NPD is now working to clear that makeshift barricade that they're using.
All right, we got some Chuck Taylors on the left. The ones on the right, those look kind of squishy. I don't know if those would actually be comfortable.
I actually have a pair of shoes similar to those. They're really good for straight line running, or I guess in track running as well, but I would not want to go walk around in those.
Okay. Fair enough.
They're built for like maximum cushioning and kind of like almost like a spring function. I don't know, they're kind of cool. Here we go.
1,000 transfers that have been part of my administration, so I don't need to be lectured by these guys that would coordinate and collaborate on violent
California State Prisons does hand over inmates to ICE.
And my legislature, with respect, it's not an indictment, but I've had to veto legislation for them to try to stop me from using that authority. So when these guys say we don't go after criminals, again, they're lying, and they are knowingly lying.
What's your message to the people that are out there protesting for the rights of immigrants? You want to see those protesters continue to be out on the street and protest these actions by the drug administration?
I just want them to be safe. And I want folks to know that are thinking about going after it, just be safe.
Do you support them?
Of course I support them. Protest is the foundation of this democracy. It's what makes this country great. And that needs to persist. And right now people need to come out, but we need to be mindful of the toxicity of this moment. And then we have to deal with these elements that are coming in that are intentionally trying to take advantage of this in a way that only aids and abets Donald Trump. And this is what he was counting on. And we've got to push back, and we've got to be careful at this moment. I pray that people are cautious and careful at this moment.
We talked about this is in some measure about immigration, in some measure it's about democracy. Do you believe, some people have said that this is an attempt at distraction from maybe the matters with Elon Musk back in Washington? Why did this happen now, in other words?
He's a master of distraction. He's the commander of chaos. That's what Donald Trump does. Moves this direction, move that direction. Look, this guy is 90 days, 90 beautiful deals. How many deals? 0. In the UK, give me a break. Elon Musk is the sycophant of sycophants as it relates to this love relationship that he had with the president of the United States said it exactly right. We're likely to enter a recession the second half of the year because of the recklessness of this tariff policy under this administration. He's just saddled our kids and grandkids with $2.5 trillion of debt to give billionaires and corporations a tax break that they're not even asking for. Of course, he's trying to distract us.
I have a feeling there's a pretty good chance that in the White House there might be a television on and he might be watching us
I hope so.
right now.
Yeah, he can learn something.
What might you say to him if I'll give you the floor, you have the opportunity, what you weren't able to say to him on that phone call or calls that he hasn't taken today?
Where's your decency, Mr. President? Stop. Rescind this order. It's illegal and unconstitutional. And I said it, I'll say it again, it's immoral. You're creating the conditions that you claim you're solving, and you're not. And you're putting real people's lives at risk. This is a serious moment, and it requires serious leadership. And it's time for you to be a commander-in-chief of the United States of America. And I will have your back if you want to work in a relationship of trust and truth in the spirit of our founding fathers. But you come after poor kids, you come after families, we will do everything in our power to stand up and stand in your way.
Governor Gavin Newsom, what time are you filing the lawsuit tomorrow?
Very early in the morning. I'd love to do it tonight, but we got lawyers working on the brief.
All right. Governor Gavin Newsom, thank you for being here live on MSNBC. I appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
Ali Velshi, back to you from the Emergency Operations Center.
It feels like
we learned a lot there,
like
Jacob. Thank you, and thank you for staying on top of this remarkable story. Jacob
he would have made
with Governor Gavin Newsom live.
He would have made a hell of a wrestling manager in the Mid-South.
Yeah.
Look, all I'm saying is that legalizing trebuchet deportations and exiles would be a very clean process if everybody just gets behind it, guys. Talk to your lobbyists. Talk to your congressmen, guys.
Ooh, red armbands. It's probably not the cool ones, though, right?
Yeah, I feel like I was either watching promo for a wrestling gig or some really crappy 80s, 90s movie, some action flick.
Milady? Nice JanSport bag. I used to have the red version of that.
Oh, this is kind of getting a little spicy, I guess. They don't have enough mass to back themselves up. That's the biggest problem with these protests.
Well, you got to take the what's the kid from The Simpsons, Martin? You got to take his advice. Together we are all but weak twigs, but together we make a mighty faggot.
Apparently, they were throwing the scooters and blocks of concrete on the officers who were under the underpass as well, which is attempted murder.
Yeah.
Yeah, same as when they were throwing those paver blocks and those rocks at the cars going by yesterday. I like the ones that are filming as they're walking away because they don't want to get in the shit. One dude's got like a sweet Bill Cosby sweater on.
I love how these cops, their smartest idea on handling a riot as they're actively pushing people up out of the territory is, yeah, let me look back and talk to someone real quick. Make sure no one's about to clock me in the head.
Well, generally when they're doing that, it's kind of like coordinating. They'd be like, all right, this dude's an agitator, get ready to nab him kind of deal. Or, let's plus up this side. Because you'll notice like that guy back there, for instance, or that guy back there, those are like those are your leadership, your command personnel. Those guys are directing the line. And then also like the guys back there, they're waiting for their opportunity. Like the line will open up, they'll come through, they'll grab that retard right there, for example, pull her back through the line, arrest her. There really is a lot of interesting tactics that go, or that go along with this. And for the most part, LAPD are pretty good at handling riots, considering how much experience they have.
Something tells me having a lot of experience with riots is not a good sign for your city.
Oh, for the city? No, absolutely not.
It's like having a quarterback that's really good at making tackles because he throws so many interceptions. Is that like a Donald Trump poster on that right there behind the guy with the yellow? Is it supposed to be like some Big Brother type of propaganda, like lefty propaganda?
Something like that. They had like a severed Trump head thing that they were using earlier.
Oh, shit.
I only got a glimpse of one of those signs, but it says something about how ice melts.
That doesn't sound like an actionable threat at all.
No.
I mean, I gotta admit, looking at these riots, it's kind of like looking at the Super Bowl.
Uh-oh.
I'm not there for the sports. I'm there for the ads. And so far,
There we go.
Let's get one.
Come on. Let's crack some skulls.
He's looking for a reason at this point. He's getting a little agitated.
That old woman better back off.
You mean that's their greatest berserker warrior right there? They're gonna throw her into the back line. She's just gonna go haywire.
I think that dude in the hoodie, I think they're gonna end up nabbing him sooner or later.
It's such a shame. I went out to San Francisco about 25 years ago, and it was probably one of the most gorgeous places I've ever been to. And there for a while, I actually considered moving there for my music career. Obviously, that was the best decision. Not moving there was one of the better decisions I've ever made. But I see it now. I won't even go visit that place.
Yeah, I think one of our projects in the long term needs to be just recovering our great cities: San Francisco, New York, Chicago, Detroit. These were the centers of American civilization for the longest time, and I think we need to recover them. And we should absolutely endeavor to do so. It's entirely unwise to just abandon the cities and leave them to the hordes of the unwashed masses.
Yeah.
Dude, I won't even go to Memphis in my own state. And like that city used to be really cool too.
I'm gonna go to Memphis just to go on my pilgrimage to the Bass Pro Shop Pyramid one time.
I'm gonna be in Atlanta in July. That'll be fun.
Godspeed.
Thank you. I'm sure it'll be fine.
Be sure to go visit Stone Mountain while you're there.
How far away is that?
From Atlanta, I know it's like, shoot, it's probably about 30 miles, maybe, depending on where you're coming from in Atlanta.
Yeah, yeah, I will be flying, so I won't have a car, unfortunately. I tried to get them to let me drive down there, but that was out of the question.
This for work, I assume.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Oh,
I always hate having a layover in that airport because it's so big.
Yeah, it's huge. I flew there. I've flown out layovers there twice, well, actually 4 times, but just 2 different trips. And yeah, the first time I went there, I nearly missed my connection just because I was like, wait, I have to take a tram? I've never done this before. This airport is insane.
Yeah, when I used to have to travel for training for work, at first it was nice because I'd have like a layover at Charlotte.
Mm.
That was no big deal. And then like all of a sudden they're like, nope, all the layovers are going through Atlanta now.
Well, it is the Delta hub.
Pride Mexican flag.
Yeah, the dude in that what is that, gray sweatshirt with the black mask, they're definitely gonna nab him at some point.
Yeah, I mean, the way they're acting, they're getting way too close, keeping their hands too close. They're trying to get this guy agitated because he's trying to de-escalate them. But they just see it as yelling.
Yeah, and it doesn't help that he keeps putting his finger right near their faces. Nothing instills fear with a riot female Asian officer.
Yeah. So back in LA, it looks like these dudes are trapped under the overpass. Like if they go out in either direction, they're gonna get killed by a cinder block.
That's no bueno.
I mean,
yeah,
all these vehicles. I mean, that's destroyed. Most of those are probably destroyed, and I imagine they can't get out on those. So I don't know. I think those guys are pretty much trapped there.
Yeah, they're throwing stuff at them as well. So, I'm looking for some reporting on it, but not really finding anything.
Well, I mean, this sounds like a reason to send in the Marines to me. You've got a bunch of police officers being trapped by an angry mob trying to throw deadly objects at them. Sums it up.
Concur.
Considering that there is now a lawsuit on the table for the use of the National Guard, my guess would be they want to avoid doing that, if at all possible.
Yeah, I think the angle Newsome is going to go for is the Trump's breaking the 10th Amendment.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to... If the Trump administration is smart, he won't succeed.
No, he won't succeed. All Trump has to say is Little Rock 9. I mean, the precedent for this is established for federalizing the Guard to put down insurrections. Dude, holy shit. Was that another scooter they just threw? Yeah, honestly, at this point, it would make sense for them to request, let's get a Guard convoy down here, get an armored vehicle to just back up to the overpass and open up the hatch to just get these guys inside and drive off.
Yeah, they made a little bit of a tactical error here. But then again, I've never served or been a cop, so I don't know. Oh, Molotov.
Holy shit.
That's a bit more than rocks, gentlemen.
They're aiming their weapons up there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was on our Bing card last night.
Yeah, well, where there's one Molotov, there's always more. I mean, we saw him making them yesterday. That is insane.
Dude's tapping his fire extinguisher like it's tapped. I guess he's got some left in there. Maybe he was just calling for another one.
I think they ended up under the bridge because they were driving through. I didn't see the actual footage, but I think that's they were coming through, and people from the top of the bridge started throwing those little scooters and rocks and cinder blocks, and I think that's how they ended up getting them stopped. And basically from there, they had to make a decision. And I guess that was probably the best place for them to go.
So I wonder what their exit strategy is going to be at this point.
We're about 5 minutes from sunset in LA.
I guess this is a different angle. Yeah, man, those vehicles are wrecked.
Yeah, that's essentially how they ended up there. Like they had to go for cover.
I think this video is playing stuff from earlier. Is that too much light? Could be wrong.
Do you see the two people with El Salvador flags?
Yep.
They wouldn't get away with this back home.
Send those dudes back straight over to CCOT.
Yep.
I'm not exactly sure what they think they're gonna get out of keeping those guys pinned under there.
All right, so those are the feds. That might be the cavalry rolling in.
Yeah. That don't look like LAPD to me, boys.
Not in the slightest. Let's
That
go.
That is DHS.
Was the sound device on top of the SUV?
Might have been. I didn't get a good look at it. You can see on this stream, this is the other side. Looks like more reinforcements coming in. I think they're going to be coming in there to get their guys out pretty soon. California governor openly dares Tom Homan and President Trump to come and arrest him. Well, we should.
Okay.
Absolutely should.
If you ask so nicely, how could we not, really? All right, gentlemen, I am coming up on my time for the night. I do thank y'all for letting me come out and have a little bit of fun and commentary with you guys. I know you guys will be keeping the hard watch here for tonight, so by all means, keep us covered.
Hey, man, you take it easy.
See you, buddy.
Good night, man.
All right, good sir. It's good talking to you.
Y'all take care. Have a good night.
See you.
The black? No, those aren't the black vehicles. I don't think. Whoa!
Just more
Sounds like fireworks.
Yeah, they're definitely trying to get those or set those vehicles on fire.
They've succeeded. Some of them.
This is definitely going to escalate throughout the week. I have a feeling.
Yeah, if they don't make a retreat, or they don't disperse. This will not be tolerated forever.
I mean, even if they do disperse tonight, it's pretty likely that other cities are going to see escalations.
Have you guys been seeing what Nashville's mayor's been doing?
What's going on there?
Doxing ICE agents, basically.
In Nashville?
Yeah.
Wow.
I don't know if you know our mayor. He has an Irish last name, but his physiognomy, when you look at him, would say otherwise.
Yeah, I've seen him.
That's got to be some sort of a federal crime, right?
Well, he took it down, It was a mistake that the names got published, but you know how it is when something's on the internet.
Yeah, of course.
But yeah, ever since he got elected, it's like every shit lib policy he's been trying to push through in Nashville. It's like, oh, we got to throw so much more money into public transportation, and got to make the immigrants feel at home.
Looks like State Highway Patrol showing up with beanbag shotguns now. Is there anything new out of San Francisco?
I'm looking. I'm not seeing anything right now. Even the San Franciscan station that we were watching is showing LA right now.
Yeah. Well, if they successfully manage to disperse this crowd, I might pack it in for the night.
Oh wow! Look a little. Oh my goodness! Is that LAPD?
Yeah, that is the cavalry.
That is the little cavalry. Yeah. I look up and the cavalry has arrived.
Yeah, I want to see how they get these cops out of here, man.
On horseback, apparently.
That'd be pretty BA.
That would be awesome.
I love those little riot shields they have on the horse's eyes. That's pretty cool.
I hear you got to pay extra for the DLC for the horse armor.
Yeah. You have to supply your own horse and armor.
Oh, please, beanbag him.
Yeah, let's do it. All right. Finally, time for some keto.
Is this some sort of hybrid American flag?
Yeah, it's U.S. and Mexico.
Hmm.
All right, so it looks like those cops are starting to get out of there. That vehicle's going to be a fun fix up in the motor pool. Other one's probably going to have to get towed. At least that one on the front for sure. Maybe the other one's okay.
Do you guys remember the when the riots are going on in 2020 in Chicago when somebody stole one of the police officers' horses?
No, I don't remember that one.
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Imagine being the poor guy who signed for that vehicle. Is he going to try to get in there and drive it?
Well, it's not a stick, so you're not going to be able to pop the clutch to start it.
Yeah. Yeah, they're going to have to get a tow.
Or they're going to push it.
Oh, yeah. Sure. That's going to suck to clean up.
At least I'm sure they got ammo in the back of that thing too. At least get that out of there if you're going to leave it behind.
Oh, yeah, like the patrol rifle and all that stuff. Or maybe they'll tow it.
Dude, if I was the car behind him, I'd be looking for a reason to use my brush guard. Like, just let me push it, bro.
I think he might be fixing to do that. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's kind of funny.
Dude, don't worry about denting the bumper. You can't fuck that car up any more than it already is.
That's cool. Come on, crank that wheel to the right, boy. That's pretty good imagery right there.
The dude's sticking out of the sunroofs.
No, I mean, yeah, that, but the American flag flying with the horse cavalry. That's a pretty good still if anyone can get a screenshot of it. Well, well, that's definitely not it for tonight, but that's probably a good stopping point for the stream at least. It's probably going to escalate as the sun goes down, but I know a lot of us got to go to work in the morning, and turns out I got to be somewhere as well that I forgot about. So
yeah, I gotta get up about 5:30 tomorrow, so that's gonna be fun.
Yeah. All right. Well, been a pleasure, gents.
Pleasure again. Thank you for having me.
Maybe we'll run another stream later in the week if things continue to escalate. We'll see. Otherwise, we'll see y'all all on Wednesday at the Green Tavern.